never built any foundation. So from today, you start building on it. Now, watch this. Watch this. They will give you a question that needs you to apply the concept of instantaneous velocity. I know that there's an easy way people will write this word instantaneous. If I tell you, you know the meaning of velocity, the speed of a body. But if I tell you, what do you think is the meaning of it? See, expression is science. What do I say? Expression is science. That's one thing that I learned early as a person. That a good scientist knows how to express. Because for the fact that I said something, that's what I think about that thing. It does not mean that it is wrong. And you that you are telling me what you read in the book, does not mean that one is even the correct. One day, a matter of time, we know. Do you understand? So, based on your knowledge, what do you feel is the meaning of instantaneous velocity? What do you think? Just try. I know that you might be a man of very few words. Come on, you can just say it anyhow. Just. Oh, I'm touched. Please. Oh, thank you so much. As I said it, I was in my mind, when I was seeing someone else, I was like, hey! But thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. God bless this boy for me. And it was yesterday also. I don't come my own late again, bro. It's weird. If let me tell you something, if anything, now you know it's inside. You understand the position vector of my wallet. When I start with you, your certificate, you know now. So, Alpha, that's what you said. If you check any textbook, that's what you said, they must write it. Have you read it before? You seen it before, have you? Because that's how I used to say it. That was too direct. But now let me tell you how Jupe used to bring it. That is to make that say look like it never existed again. Jupe asks you, which of the following is true of instantaneous velocity? You will not be saying, let me just tell you the correct one, so that you don't mix up things in your head. Instantaneous velocity is also referred to as the velocity of an object in a period of time where change in t is equal to 0. Sometimes you say it's the velocity of an object at a point where the t, you know the t means change in t, the t is equal to 0. Can you justify that statement? Who can justify that statement? Let me write it out. We said instantaneous velocity is velocity at a specific point. Me now, and I told you that as an A-level student, as an advanced physics person, the proper thing you should keep in your spiritual and body about instantaneous velocity is this statement. Instantaneous velocity is the velocity, I don't know, of a body at a point where dt is equals to 0. Sometimes they will say at a point where the limit of dt approaches 0. Can you justify these two statements that they are saying? Because the answer is the same. He said, look at the statement D and justify that. Can you it has sunk your spirit? Or a voice spoke to you. You don't know the one that is doing you now. One of the two is doing you. If any of the two is doing you, you need to check yourself. Whether they are speaking to you or it's not, check. But yeah, what do you have to justify it? No, that Bible says by their fruit shall them. The person speaking to you is not the right spirit. It is looking for you. Think about it. Thank you very much. Now, see, when change in time is equal to 0, we are saying that it's happening where time did not change. There was a consolidation of time. we took it as a region where we cannot describe, where time paused. It's not paused in any level. Because you have to pause an event and measure time value and say that is this time I want. I don't want a duration. Because the sequence zero means no duration. You know, there is time, there is duration. Some people measure time, some people measure duration. What we are measuring, right, is both time and duration, but in instantaneous velocity, you are measuring exact time, not a duration. That's why I said velocity, time taking. Time taking, is it a specific time? No, it's a duration. I get what I'm saying now. So, anything to reach specific time. So when you see to exam, I read you don't forget it. You understand? Don't forget it. Sure. Now, it means that if they give you something like this, velocity as a function of time, that's how you write it down. This thing when they do like this, put a bracket, they're trying to tell you velocity as a function of time. I get what I'm saying. It's equal to what? It's equal to 3t cubed plus 4t squared minus t. So, when they told you something like this, they have told you find the velocity of the object at a time 2 seconds or at a point in time where t is equal to 5. She knows that's also specific. That's what I'm saying. We don't want at this particular. Just what I'm saying. Now watch. V like this. If they tell you find the velocity at the point where t is equal to 3, what will you do? Everywhere that you see t inside here, what will you put? 3. What will it become? 3 into bracket 3 raised to power what? 3. Plus 4 into bracket 3 raised to power what? Minus 4. Let me tell you something. Assuming, you see this, as I was writing this thing, my mind clicked. Assuming this thing was 6. So just assuming the entire day, I'm like, to define this event. In the next 4 minutes, the crowd will say outside. They will define that rapture about this public. So, whatever it is, 3 is power 3 is what? 27. 27 times 3 is what? 81. 81 plus 3 is power 3 is 27 times 4. It's 12. Oh, bless your eyes. 3 is power 3 is what? 9. 9 times 4 is what? 36. Best calculator mathematics. I can see you. Just to see you. You created a bond between yourself and calculator. At the end of the use, theorem of use and disuse. Explain it briefly. However, the more you use an organ in your body, the more it does what? Advance. The less you use, what will happen to it? No, not only will it disappear, it will go forever. Yes, it becomes vertical. And you know the funny thing, it isn't better to disappear, but we know it now brain. They will be seeing brain in your head space, but you know to think. So that thing I will do now, that calculator, drop it one side. We're not doing maths and it calculator yet. What can the person learn for? That's your brain. That's your brain. Seriously, oh. But let's go. It's you and what to answer it. 3 is power 2. 9 times 4. So why do you use the calculator? Because you checked that one already, right? 36 minus 3. 81 plus 36. God, don't let me embarrass myself. 117. Hey, who am I? I'm only for the human. I don't know if you are correct for this time. Let us press it if you want to press. 18 minus 1. That will give me 117. 117 minus 3 is what? 114. Now, you don't like how that calculator is breathing. So, 114. That means at a time 3, based on this velocity function, this person was moving with a speed of 114 meters per second. That person will be needle. You're moving 114 inside the streets. God will help them. Now, that's it for that. Now, what about conditions where they did not give you the velocity function? Let me show you how you can advance your thinking. They did not give you the velocity function. They gave you the position function. They told you x is equals to 3t squared, cube plus 4t squared. And people, they now told you, find the velocity, velocity at a time equals to 2 seconds. What are they asking about again? Instantaneous velocity. But they give you the velocity function. But can we get the velocity function? Through what process? Differentiation. You are getting it. Who are we going to differentiate? Differentiate this personally. When we differentiate, what we will get? V is equal to dx over dt equal to what? 3 times 3. 9. 90. We will subtract 1 from here. You remain how many here? 2. Plus what do we have? 2 times 4 is what? 80 what? 1. 12 us. We are gotten the velocity expression. Now we can now limit time to be equal to what? 2. And anyway you see time, put what inside? 2. 9 open bracket. Where's your 9 happening? And there is the calculator there. 2 plus 8 into bracket 2. I'll tell you something about the psychology very soon. 2 raised to power 2 is what? 4 times 9. I'll tell you something you did, and you'll see. I was supposed to watch. 8 times 2, 16. 13 plus 16, 52. Should I tell you what you did? Should I tell you what you did? Because you know that I will come for you. You are now more focused in the future of the class. You were calculating this thing when you were not reached on ground. Yes. See you. You that are you like this over still like this today. Let's go on. That is the best thing. When you are in the class, you are supposed to be in the present and also be in the what? In the future of that class. Because if an appropriate student is a student that already sees the end of where his class is going to. So if we even the pain and say we know his name when time finish, people dey say, start please just ask one question. This thing I say, is it what leads to this? When the man say yes, that you now know that you have an assignment, you want to go and study that class. But no, some students, they from the beginning of the class to the end of the class, they were not in their passport. They were in another person's life, talking about another person's life. God. Is there anyone? With what we are doing here, I'll bring out one Jupiter question. Jupiter is an exam, exam. You see that with this knowledge, you can score everything in that part. Now 10 marks, you score everything in that part. That is knowledge. Once you know what you are doing, that is knowledge. It's not that hard. Now watch. We've understood instantaneous. There is something now. You know, the one we have done now, we have been journeying from where we've learned how to journey through differentiation. Right? We now know that we'll move from position and displacement to velocity to differentiate. We want to move from that velocity to acceleration. We'll do what again? Differentiate, right? Now, let us now find out if we have acceleration equals to 4t cubed plus 3t squared minus 5t. And if you have this, and they tell you find the velocity function. If you want to get velocity function, what that you are going to do? Integrate. Now everybody pay attention to what I'm telling you. I'm about to leak out one of the biggest lies that your teachers made you feel in secondary school. I don't know if you heard of further maths. You know further maths. If you've heard of further maths, you've heard of further maths. You do further maths. You do further maths. It's you I'm looking for. Why you not do further maths? You had that mindset that because of the further and the back of that thing, it's harder than answer. Do further maths. Now, thank God, you that do further maths. It's sincere. Between further maths and maths, which one is easier? Mathematics. You're not serious. Even in Nigeria, you're not still serious. Look at where you're now. You're not serious. You're the best of this. You do followers. Which one do you feel was easier? I'm going to ask the man or two. The truth is established. The truth is my own fault. Maybe the problem was it. I thought, for that mass, they don't to trick it. For that mass, they don't trick for that mass. They don't to do all this. The boy was 2 years older than his grandfather. The baker became 4 years older than his grandson. What's this? For that mass was formula. I don't know. But you got A for that mass. You got A for that mass. But you got A mass. There's probability for that mass. So. That's no problem. To be organized is a problem. Out of 400 more. Don't worry. You are responsible to yourself. V is equal to what? Now, if you want to integrate, what you do? 3, you know, like if it was differentiation, what we would do? If it was differentiation, we do 3 times 4 and then minus 1. Integration, just do the opposite. You people, you miss out. Big time. Most of you that you don't for that master school, you miss out. We were the laziest people getting A for free. Down to the exam. But that's the lazy maths course. When you do this for one process, all you need to do the opposite is the other process. If you learn one thing, you are meant to teach. Calculus, if you differentiation, if you understand differentiation, they don't need to sit you down and teach you integration. You know what you are doing. Yes. Serious. So if you like anything else, you literally calculus. Don't go to class with integration. No. See, V is equals to, in this one, you plus 1. After you plus 1, add those things together, what will it give you? You will not divide this by that 4. This is what I did. Repeat it again, this one. How many will I plus here? Plus 1. How many will you divide that by that 3? This one, invisible one is there normally. You will not do what? Plus 1. Divide by everything now. 2. Is there another thing here again? When it's not there, you now write plus C. If you don't write that C, you are wrong. The plus C is your past. I'm not joking. Plus C is the initial part. If this thing, okay, like for example, you know, as I've integrated it, the answer I get is velocity. That plus C is my initial velocity. So sometimes the question I told you, given that the body has initial velocity is 4 meters per second, and if you finish solving this thing, and you don't put that plus C and change that to 4, which is initial, you don't fill out. Do you understand what I just said? So I don't think I was joking. No. The C is a past parameter. It's past parameter. Just so. So what do we do? 4C4 over plus 3C3 over 3 minus what now? 5C squared over 2 plus what? Plus C. What that is the initial parameter, which is the past initial. Can 4 cancel 4? Yes. 3 cancel 3? Yes. So V is equal to T4 plus what? T3 minus what? 2.5 T squared plus C. Do you get that now? So now, let us try something. Let us try something and see how it works. What is the thing you want to try? Let us try and solve a question. The question will be a question that they will give us velocity. So that we can try 2 ways. Who understand what I'm saying? If I give you a velocity function and I want you to get something about position, what will you do? Integrate backwards. I mean, but then if I want you to also get acceleration, what do you do to the velocity? Differentiate. That's what I'm doing. Let me put you in between so that you can take me forward and backward. Do you understand? Now, let's say velocity is equal to 5 T4 5t4 plus 3t2. Now, we'll tell you A, find the velocity of the object at time t equals to 1 second. B, find the velocity at a time. How many is it? Time. Find the acceleration at the time of what? At the time t equals to 1 second. Giving, okay, don't use it now. Given option C, find the displacement after 1 second. Giving initial position is 2 meters. Who can tell me what is your plan? In this case now, what's our plan? If you've given us V and A, velocity expression, what is it we should get in the first one? Find the what? Are we supposed to integrate or differentiate? No, because they gave us a velocity function. Then I said we should do what? That's what am I just going to be doing to this list? Put what? T as what? 1 and solve. Is that not the case? Then in this one, find the acceleration. Find the acceleration at a time equals to what? 1 second. Someone tell me, what would that be? Thank you very much. You have to you see, you've gotten it already. You have to differentiate the what? Velocity. Then when you get the answer of the differentiation, what are you supposed to put? 1, I mean, because that thing got the acceleration. You can now put the 1. Lastly, find the displacement. What will I get to velocity to get displacement? Integrate. If I integrate this thing, the expression gives me the displacement value. What will I now do? So after integration, I told you that there's something that you will see, we'll put at the end. See, that is why at the end of this statement, it said, giving initial position is waiting 2 meters. Let's fire on. Do it yourself. Which one is it for A and B? Who are you leaving C for? Final position is what? Don't worry, just solve. You know what you want to get is the expression. And we told you after 1 second, that means when you are voting, when you see anyway you see T, put with 1. Should I tell you what makes people when they give you questions, you panic, in fact, you by yourself go and look for what will scare you inside the question. Some of you have phobia for alphabet like X. If you just see X, everywhere is not good again. You have the right to carry your question paper. The place they put it is on it. Change it. When you are done solving it, carry it in your book, close your eyes and write it back. X. It's not a hard thing. They are trying to prove to me that you didn't calculator. It's 2. Let me see. The velocity. The velocity. It's best. Okay, it's 8. It's easy now. T is 1. Then this one, what did I do it? Should we have velocity? What does it say? Wait. plus 1, this is just matter. T5 plus, yes, it's not equal to T plus C. That's 1 plus 1, right? Okay, good. Then did you add that last 2 at the end? You see it? You do not get the instruction. When you are done integrating, immediately you finish integrating, what are you supposed to write? Plus C. Okay. So the answer is 4, sharp. But you understand what we're doing now? Just that you like to be careful. Understand? Men do things careful. We don't rush. Take your time. But you can't take the time out. Good. And 20. Mike, those are the eggs. What am I going to do? I'm somebody. That's what. Take your time. I'm finished. Right, what's it? I'm finished. I have to add number D. Part D. At what time? At what time is velocity 0? Something. Think about it. Now all this food from water. You know I feel like Shango. Don't answer the question. The carry one to that. So you do the 0. If having 0 equals to 5 series power 4 plus 3 series power 4, carry any of them to the other side is going to be minus something. 2t you cancel 2t out of 40, you remain 2t. Take the square root, it will give you the square root of a negative number, which is a complex number. I'll show you what I mean, don't worry. Not possible. My comment until is there. Don't blame me. So, how does it work? Very well. Have you started an alien job or what? Okay, I'm working it now. I told you. That time I told you that when I said, I don't get it, don't believe me again. Actually, I never know what I'm important. Okay, I will do it. Try it. My family very much. I don't get for them. I don't Alright, me too. Okay, what? Come on. Johnny. Okay, let's continue on without time. We've used almost 17 minutes. So today I still overnight. We need to talk. Where are you? What do you? Where are you? What are you doing with your life? What? There's some questions I'm trying to ask. Motion itself, how we can apply it into motion. I follow what I'm saying now. And it's not complex, I promise you. It's not. It's just hard. So I should lie for them. I go lie for you. I should lie for them. Something where you know how many years did you do that? You guys read that this night where. Everybody don't go that. But it's not complex. You know, there's difference between complex and hard. Hard is depending on what you're using to write it. Like if when I use it's always to use tissue paper or something light, it will make it hard. But complex is about what you are writing, the ability to understand it. But man, that's why I like using short paper to write. Okay. Well, don't reason me. That's the one. So now, imagine what the motion proper. What the letter was motion proper. What the letter motion proper. What the letter motion proper. The first part of the motion proper. Or this will call it reject. The truth. I know this is also kind of violence. The truth. See, projectile motion is a two-dimensional motion of an object in free space. But do you know that? Let me tell you what people tell people about people, so you know now. Because one thing is for me not to tell you what is present as wrong. Before you go outside and ignore your mind, you understand that thing that I know what I said. What you hear about projectile motion is It is the body motion of the body in a parabolic path. Smile. They told you that too. Because I know they told me to. And you stand in here and roll your assignment. This is how to sleep for your Wednesday. I was like, wow, now, what is the correct definition of projecting? There's only one way you have to prove to that truth you are not serious. And once you prove it, before you enter class on Monday, hold your 20 key for bribery. Not alcohol. Am I hearing? Well, fast. If I'm projecting. Nice one. Now, projectile is not parabolic particle. See, that is one of the character of the motion. If they tell you, define projectile motion, no problem. You can mention parabolic particle because that describes the motion. The motion occurs in the parabolic path. But within the projectile, the object exhibiting the parabolic motion is the projectile. So how do you define it? Right. A projectile is an object thrown into free space. It's an object thrown into where? Space where they free. Not when you not say, okay, don't have this space and I want to feel on that, feel on that. You now go to your control, you not touch the ceiling and coming down. That's not projectile. Free space, no collision with anything on the atmosphere. Throw into free space and allow to what? For no, you know to say for once I enter free space, the movement, we know that movement will comprise of a rise and fall. So each way thrown into space is allowed to move under the what? Influence of gravitational acceleration only. You see that only that is there is the most important part of the definition. Because some people they just write to move under the effects of gravity. Every object that waves gravity act there. Once you are in the airspace. And sometimes gravity is to affect their motion too. That does not make them projectile. You only become a projectile when it's only gravity that is acting on you. Nothing else. Let's do what? Gravity that is what? Acting on you. You understand now? That's it. Now, there are three categories of projectile. See something. This one I drew up on the vertical projectile. As I drew it up, I just found that I drew it up. It just be God. I saw marvel of my talents. But unfortunately, as normal as I was anticipating, no difference between me and everybody. So that's what we do. So that was the vertical projectile. Then there is this projectile of I treat like this. If I treat like this, how will you move? I mean, is that not the motion? If I treat, it will be moving like this forever. It will be moving like this forever and straight. Okay, to bend down. So it explains two things. If you don't hold the way straight at me, after some time you start noticing that it's doing what? Come down. Do you know that it tells you you are a school student? It is that time it was over going straight. There was no component of velocity. There was no component of vertical velocity. It means they only propagated it with horizontal motion. It only had Vx, no Vy, just moving. After a period of time, because of gravity, You know, it's funny that gravity will start doing that. Start doing that until it falls to the ground. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is horizontal motion. We have another one that will throw up at an angle. I see now. That one too is angular projectile. Then we have one like this, that like an inclined plane. We will now throw it along an inclined plane. That one too is what we call angular projectile on an inclined. I wish until now, I sometimes wish I could find out these people just that when they don't just replicate everything. I just this is in this satire is looking at. Are you understanding me? Somehow. It's you that know where half of your mind is. That is making only somehow of your mind to be here. You can't remember that. Projectile, right? It is the motion of an object. It projectile. You know, I don't difference between projectile and projectile motion. If they tell you to find projectile motion, your definition you can reflect parabolic paths. Do you understand? Because we have different kind of motion, and some motion are called conical motions, of which projectile is one of the conical motions because it's a parabolic motion. You can exhibit parabolic motion in this form. You can also see this person screen. This is another parabolic motion. In fundamental energy and arithmetic, there is a motion of a train that moves in this direction. It's parabolic, but it's not projectile. Do you understand? Not all projectile motion are parabolic. You have another one, hyperbolic motion, elliptical motion. Elliptical motion example is when comets are trying to strike on the earth magnetic field causes them to deflect. They deflect hyperbolically. So most if it's projectile motion as usual, you can reflect the parts, the nature of the parts. But here, projectile, they are talking about the object you threw. You know this. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand? Somehow. That's how God wants it to be for you. But projectile, this is an object thrown into it. Sorry, I just remember something. This is how I should write calling this body. Call the people online. Don't cancel. Projectile. This is an object thrown into free space and allowed to move under the influence of gravitational acceleration only. Please underline this gravitational acceleration only. Those are the keywords in it. Those are the keywords in it. Yes. Who does not come back and listen? Now, we have different types. Horizontal projectile, vertical projectile, angular projectile. Now, what's the horizontal projectile? How was it shown? At the height above the ground. It was shown horizontally at the height above the ground. So what now? Just write down and say, follow me. This is the motion of a body thrown vertical, horizontally from a height above the ground. Vous avez fait chose comme ça. Ouais. Voilà. This motion of the body thrown horizontally from a height above the what? The ground. Are you following me now? Now, see how the motion will be, and let's study the motion together and bring out, because you need to do it one by one. You treat one motion, you understand that motion, you go to the next motion. Don't jump back to every motion once, one by one. This is the general form of this motion three. Now, this floor, from this height, the ball will be thrown, it will go straight. Now, you throw this thing like this. This guy goes like this. This place, like this how it goes. This line is only showing us the direction of the velocity. U. It has an initial velocity propagated like this. Do you see any vertical velocity? No. This body only is traveling straight initially before you bend and come down. Meaning that it had only U, which was the actual UX. UX means horizontal component velocity. But this guy, the meaning of this is that at the beginning of this motion, is there UY? Is there anything like UY? UY is equal to what? 0. Because the person who threw it did not bend it small. Why? As if bend it small to the Y, the object still go. You still see some part of the motion. Chief. But then organ on my one not do. God will say it was in a occasion situation. I will change them. I will change them. So the object is not like this. And because it has small component of what? Of velocity. But like this now, But like this now, it is giving only horizontal component of what? Of velocity. Only horizontal component of velocity. And so therefore, it will propagate horizontally initially. Then because of gravitational field that is acting and surrounding the environment, this guy will now start later doing what? Bending down like this. Bending. So eventually, when this guy is striking the ground, is he striking the ground with only horizontal component of velocity? No. He has gained vertical due to gravity as he was journeying. So when he lands, there will now be horizontal as usual. Let me tell you, in all projectile motion, horizontal component does not change. It does not what? Change. If you were 10 horizontal initially before, when you get to the end, you shall still be what? 10. So that means we have ux here. And the value of ux is whatever was in this place at the beginning. Yes, please. What you said is not in line. Like when you reach here, let me even finish it for you, the things we do. When you get there, you bounce from there and like this. And you like there's one child that will come and save the body. It's the truth. And the moment we catch the boy, they'll see, but they'll go and find the boy. So now they'll knock on the door. Things will happen after this place. But like you said at the beginning, dynamics, kinematics studies the motion. It's in dynamics that will study the force. All the things the person has had to come create a force to compete. Even the bouncing up is still caused by a force. We call it what? Impulse. You understand? We call it impulse. We call it rebound due to impulse. There will be a change in momentum. So the first rebound might be like this. The second rebound will be lesser. True or false? Before it will start doing some rebound. I mean, then if you know the environment, it will later be rolling. If you inside the environment, it's fine before you do first rebound. If you know even land, there's no height. So this place now, before the rebound something, you have ux, and down there you have what? Vy. This one is vx. So it's just that we know that vx will change. It will still be the same ux it was before. Value. So if they ask you calculate the velocity with which the object strikes the ground, calculate the velocity with which the object strikes the ground. What will I do? Down what? Square root vy square plus what? Vx square. That gives us the resultant velocity the object is going to what? Strike the ground. Do you get this? They will also ask you calculate the impact. Are you getting now? Calculate the impact angle. The impact angle. What do you mean by impact angle? Impact angle is what? Tan theta equals to component of y, which is what? What's component of y? Component of y is what? Vy over component of x, vx. To carry this tan to this side, what will you do? It becomes tan equals to tan inverse of vy over what? Vx. I don't know the guess what? You find that this is no at all. By the time you start solving question, you know, repeat the do you know where you find the ease in difficult things in repetition? When you repeat it first and second time, you solve 20 questions one morning. You know, there's one mood you just have as a student. One morning, you just wake up with one kind of spiritual different momentum. Food be cooking, you will not be smelling it. You just say, "No, see, this morning there's somebody saw telling me yesterday. I just read." See, you can leave that on life every day. It's little changes that aggregate into big results. That's the most changes of 10 yourself. Before I eat every morning, I want to just solve 10 questions. 10, only 10. Before I eat every morning. You see that small tiny habit, what it aggregates to become is immeasurable. Because it will not only affect your academic life, it will affect your goals, your ambitions, your character, your discipline, everything. The truth, instead of lying to yourself and saying, I want to read 24 hours today, 24 hours, what I want to read. 24 hours I want to read. That's why you told me that you want to read it before you know it, the other side. I will continue using it to torment you. Let's go. Is it cold? It's cold. Cold is catching. Don't think it too much. It's cold. So, what am I doing? Should I tell what you're doing? Lack of sleep. Yeah. It's not the it's this minute of blackout where I don't sleep. I was expecting it. I prepared for it. That's why I know each other. So, don't slide the whole miss. Let's go. So, that's now for that one. So, this is how to calculate the resultant velocity. So, that's now. Please, let's recalculate something. The rules you need to remember when studying this motion. The rules. The theoretical rules you need to remember is that what? At the initial component of velocity, vertical initial component of velocity is what? 0. What did I say about the component of x component of velocity all through the motion? What did I tell you? It does not change. It remains what? Constant. Are you getting me now? Then, hope you know those are normal equations of motion. I mean. That's what you come to use here. Let me explain what I mean by that statement. V equals to U plus or minus. You know those things now? Now, what it is for you? It's just that we treat them separately for different components. If what I'm looking for example, they ask me to calculate the height, or they told us that we should calculate the height from which it was thrown, the height from which this object was thrown. Are you going to be using the horizontal component of motion to calculate height? Everything that will be in your equation of motion should be about height. That means I will pick one of the equation of motion and I will do something that I call circumcision. I will circumcise that equation and make sure that everything inside there is only height parameters. Let me show what I mean. Imagine I pick V equals to U plus 80. I will change everything here to Vy equals to what? Uy plus or minus. I will tell myself, acceleration is what gives horizontal motion. I mean, which one gives vertical motion? G. Is it not G? I'll come here. Instead of A, I'll put G. And time is not a respecter of your dimensions, of your, what do you call it? Of your direction. Bro does not care, bro is just counting. If you like pass like it's keep counting. That's why they say it is the what? That is what binds events. Time is the distribution of events. It's just there, just distinguishing everything. You understand? So let's go on. So learn how to extract the equations you need. If they ask us, for instance, look at, let me see if you are putting, calculate the range. Range means vertical, horizontal distance. Calculate the horizontal distance from here to where it lands again. Here. That's like S. Is that I call it S, we call it range. What will you do? What I tell you go and do? Pick any of the equations of the motion that you feel will work. And then tell you, from experience, I will say this thing. From experience, I will say it. Any equation of motion, anytime you're calculating range, any equation of motion that have V and U, it does not used to be useful when you're calculating range. What I say? Any component, any equation of motion that have V and U, and you intend to use it and calculate something that has to do with distance, horizontal distance, it is a waste of time. It's a useless equation for that moment. Should I show you why? So we said the horizontal component of velocity does not change all through the motion. So that means you are saying Ux and Vx will still be the same at any point in time, abi? So if I go and pick an equation like V equals to U plus 80, see what will happen now. After I put Vx, put Ux plus 80. What is going to happen? Shebi we said that the U does not change. That means Ux will still be the same value as Vx. What will now happen? By the time I carry it and I do subtraction, what will I have? 0 is equal to what? 80. A very useless equation. So there's only one equation. See, you're supposed to record up and telling you, pray, after praying, play it as a music, speak in tongues while you're playing, speak in tongues. Let us sing. Watch. It's only this equation I know that works. S for horizontal projectile, S equals to U plus A T. Sorry, U T plus half A T squared. Because S is actually the what? Horizontal what? Horizontal distance we are looking for, right? U is that UX. T is something we would have got in your head. But do you agree with me that here will be 0? If you can get this why it is 0, I will look for my pulse and I will wire you transfer and I will shock you. I promise. If I not do, don't believe me again. Like, if I not do, don't believe me again. Serious. Think. Just check. Why will here be 0? Time is going. You don't believe me, bro? I said wire you what you know into your account. Eh? You're almost there. It's not as if it's supposed to be. You know this vertical and horizontal component of stuff. This thing now is about the same. That's not it. Do you know this place will not be there again because of something? It's about this thing. Do you know the answer? God, you bless me too much that even when I want to waste the money, it's not to waste. What a love. Don't worry. Let me help you. So, the reason it's called that thing I said that time that you're thinking about that. What did I say? When the body is thrown into free space, it only moves under the effect of what? Gravitational acceleration. Every other acceleration that is not gravity is equal to 0. So it doesn't make sense now. So it means that this A here will be equal to what? 0. So by the time half multiply 0 and t, everything is outside common. And so what will you now relate with? S equals to what? U T. Finish. No. What I put in my mind, I'm going to transfer to you, bro. And you will see, you'll be shocked. You will not, as long as the sense 0.02 kubo to Google, that it went. It will go. That's why it will shock you. Because I will come and cover the make sure she approve that transaction. Let's go. Now, if they told us now that this tower, the height of the tower was 45, and the height of the tower was 45. If I tell you that, let me tell you something. There's a gift I want to give you for under horizontal projectile. I guess that there's a gift I want to give you under horizontal projectile. It happens in other projectile too. But since I'm doing this one, that's what I'm saying. Any question that they ask you, that has to do with it, because there's one new thing Japan is doing. All this university, there's one new thing they're doing in physics. It's becoming before JAM used to do it. Before that time of when JAM was nobody, but it's like they reduce their hand on the students. But the people have been doing this since. And 100 level schools. This is very lack. What was that? Now they don't like stone landing on the floor again. It's as if it's a forbidden event. Every time, and somebody cuts the stone, and 12 times is equal to 4 seconds. They have catched the stone. Stones now, that's stones now on the floor. It's because of questions like that. Bro, anytime you see any question like that, there's only one thing you have to do first. One thing. And that's that statement that means indirectly, you do not understand the lemma. Time is not confined by any of the remaining dimensions there. Once you can know the time it takes to move from this place to that place, it has finished. You can know every other thing. So the first thing you just do is go and find a way to know the time it takes to get there. Once you know the time to get there, maybe they told you here. Once you know the time to get there, it's finished. I tell you everything. And there are many ways to know that one. You can manipulate how to get it. I will bring out 2 questions like that because I'm done with this one. 2. You will see for yourself how easy it is to finish exams. What is the meaning of all this? You will see questions that will tell you calculate his height 2 seconds before he landed on the floor. Don't worry. Let's go. You will see it now. So I wanted to do an illustration. Imagine that here. Imagine a year is 45. Eh? Do you know that once they've given you the height of the building, they don't need to give you anything again. The only thing that you need is your brain. You can find the meaning by yourself. Should I show you? If they give you one, maybe they give you height or give you weight, the meaning for horizontal projectile, you don't need anything again. See something. They're giving us height. Let us solve the projectile now. When I solve the projectile, let us start getting things about the projectile. Let us know all the events. So, to get the time, I'll use h is equal to 1/2 gt squared. Do you know this formula? Before? You heard the formula? Good. My question for you now is not the formula. My question is, this formula comes from somewhere else. I know this square equals very well. Like, I don't think it came from that side, but those two places are relevant. No worry, see something. H is equals to ut plus half gt squared. That's where it came out from. The difference between this formula and this one I wrote is that this one has disappeared. I think, but what made it disappear? They don't just leave relationships. Because this is a relationship. They don't just exit relationships like that. What would they do? There must have been a reason. Now watch. What did we say about, I told you that whenever you write the expression, make sure it is in the dimension of what you want to work with. Since I'm working with height, that means I'm working with vertical parameters. That means this u, I want to label it uy. True or false? This g is already showing a vertical parameter. I mean, what that tell you is uy for an horizontal projectile. Thank you very much. So if you put 0 inside here, 0 times t now waiting, 0. That's why I left with this. Many students will come and try only this one. Then they will now enter an example where you will ask them object questions like, which of the following explains this expression? Part A, because the vertical component of this one is this. The final vertical, you start seeing something as well. So please pay attention. So can I get the time from here now? Now that I know that the height is 45. I have 45 equals 1/2 times 10 times t squared. 90 times 90 is equal to 10 t squared. Divide by 10. T squared is equal to what? 9. So that t will now be equal to what? 3 seconds. You know what I mean? It means that the time it took the object to move from this beginning to this place was how many seconds? 3 seconds. Let's not tell ourselves again that we want to know what the horizontal range is. We want to know the what? Horizontal range. What's the formula for horizontal range? S is equal to ut plus half at. What that tell you to do? Circumcise the equation. Make sure you express it in the parameters you need. We are dealing with horizontal motion, right? What will I write here? Ux to show that I'm only working with things along the what? S. And A is also an acceleration along the what? S. It's just that in projectile motion, should we get A, there is no other acceleration aside from acceleration into what? Gravity. It means that the whole of this place will do it in common. Do you understand? Because A is a bad boy in this place. T will also suffer the loss for joining the work like answers. Fuck up, so we answer and go. So that's why you see that eventually the relationship now is S equals to UST. I follow what I'm saying now. So this is what we can now use to get our range because we use this one to get time. Do you understand now? What's the total time it took for him to get here? 3 seconds. That means it's within that same period of time that bro covered this height and still covered this distance. I don't want to know anything, but it's within 3 seconds. One way or the other, it got to this place. So we'll now come and say S is equals to U. Waiting with the U, that's S. What's it? That's this one here, right? Do you understand? Let's imagine that the question told us that they projected it was released to 10 meters per second. What will I put in? 10 meters per second. Multiply by everything to the direction, which is equals to what? 30 meters per second. Sorry, 30 meters. Let me share it with you the kind of thinker I was at some point in my life. You see this thing? This topic, I almost never understood it. Not because of anything, but because my brain did not allow me. The question I have to ask is, sir, how are we going to share this time for vertical and horizontal? How are we going to know that it was the vertical I used 2 hours seconds inside 3? Then I now came to the realization that the event happens simultaneously. That means there was a time they were both happening together at the same time, year after year. That was how they were moving coordinated with utmost understanding of one and another. You see that answer? Are you following what I'm saying, guys? Hope you understand the physics in what I'm saying. Good. So the answer, final answer is 30 meters. Let's not imagine that thing I told you. What is the velocity? Or they told you an object calculates its velocity at exactly 1.5 seconds from projection. Do you know what I mean? That means, the total distance, anyway we use 1.5, so it doesn't look symmetrical to you. Exactly 1 second from the projectile. Do you know what I mean? They're telling you that imagine when this was moving, when you get to 1 second, at that 1 second's time, what was its velocity? Do you understand what I'm saying now? So look at what we will now do. This is what we will now do. My life, I've never watched you are watching this time. Yes. There's no movie I've watched like this. Yes, there are no movies. After 55 I've been there since. Okay, they don't look at this. Now watch. What I say? What calculates the velocity of the object at time what? 1 second. So 1 second might be somewhere between we don't want to know. I don't want to know. The diagram is not going to draw to scale in the first place. So the diagram can't reveal it. I don't know. And we'll find 1 second. And what does we do? Pick an equation that satisfies the presence of time. Since time is what they use to define the motion for you. They use time, they told you as 1 second. So we are looking for an equation that contains the definitive entity and the example gives to you. So how many of that do we have? 2 majorly, out of the 3 major. That's average. Let's do that first. My voice is here equal. My voice is here equal. The voice is okay. Okay. So now watch. I'll say something. 1 second. So we'll come here now. We'll say T is equal to 1 second. Who do we have again? There's one thing. Vertical projectile is one brother. I need to quickly run to his own component because it's always there. is always there. Is the due definition of I swear I like that guy. Anytime I'm lost, if you just sometimes you just realize that he found you before you found him. So G is equals to 10 meters per second. There are some set of people I respect in my life. Those people that use 9.8 for G till today. I don't know how they have that patience. Because I swear, I can't be suffering like that. 10, when is the street 10 now? How many marks do you want to move? 0.5 mark, remove it. I want this is 10. It's 10. Now watch. See G, we know that one, Abi. Guess one again that we know. We always know what happened at the beginning of the projectile most times. What they used to project the body, you and those things. Always do that one. Take advantage of the things you know. There's some people's scripts, when you see them, you'll be angry. They will break the projector into parts. Projector going anywhere from the floor to the roof, from the roof to the window. They will now start rejoining it, scatter. No. I've done that before in life. See, I found out that it was hard work. Study smart. Let's go. So, what am I having? God bless you. Cut that man. U is equal to what? 10 meters per second. But do you know it's wrong for me to write it here? Guess what I'm supposed to write it? You know, everything I told you that in the rule of design, make sure that your parameters they obey the rule of resolution. If it's Y component you are writing, let it be only Y component. Like for example, this U as 10. So you know that it was for horizontal. Since I put G in this place, it means I'm only writing things for vertical. For what? Vertical. Now, brother will come off the correct person to come there is the vertical component, vertical initial component of Y. That's UY. You see it? And that value is what? 0 equals to 0 meters per second. When I was in secondary school, that time, I used to turn, the question, they would give us the question to go like this. Me, I will turn it to go like this. So that I can easily do maximum height. With these three, do you know about bottom answer? Sure, you know about bottom answer with these three things. What do you think we should look for? The velocity at that time, right? So that's like saying final velocity. Based on at that time. They want to make that time our last time. Abi? So I'll just call it Vy equals to what? I wrote 0 equals to what? I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? Brother, are you still with me? Sister, are you still with me? Well, what formula connects all these things? VUGT. Vy equals to Uy plus what? GT. Are you with me? Not with me. You are with me now. After she spoke a word, then now became this. What do we have here? The Lord is able to you. Oh yeah. Reduce your intentions. Vy equals to 0 plus waiting be G. Waiting be T. We're now having Vy is equals to what? People say they are funny. I put plus, you are looking at it. 10 times 1 is what? Meters per what? Do you know the meaning? It means at exactly 1 second. If this, exactly 1 second, if this place here, if this was the place that was 1 second, the vertical component would have been what? 10 meters per second. What would be the horizontal component? Somebody help my life. God bless you. How do you know? It's constant. Hey, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I almost fell down. Is that, I swear. Hey, hey, God. Let's make him, please. I'm not going up again, please. So what do we have? The laughter will be massive online. Hey! He broke 2 records. Let's try to call Yakata. Was an attempt. Omo. So, brother, help me. What am I doing? So that means we now know that this point here is also what? Command function. So we have this 10 meter per second, 10 meter per second. What can we now get from there? You now have the vertical component and horizontal component. You will get the resultants now. What's the resultant? Tell me. Is equal to what? Square root. Which gives us what? Abi? Okay, so that's square root 200 though. Yeah, bring God, will keep bringing it tomorrow. Wait. What is the value? What's the value? Okay, since we don't know the value, I can just help us. I will leave it in salt. 200, 250, 225. Yeah, I'm not smart and rich like you, brother. I need to break it down. This one take 2. This one take 2. This one collect 1. This one collect 1. 10 root 2. 10 root 2. And now you don't feel foolish. Nice. That's 100 like this times 2 now. Still the same thing. So that means the resultant V is equal to what? 10 root 2. And from there we can know the answer. And root 2 is 0.7701. So the answer is 7.7. Now I feel wise. So this is it. Hey. Are you serious? Root 2 is what? No, press root 2 for me. Let me know where this shit started from. Okay. It's 2. It's 1 over root 2 that is 0.70. True. It comes before you follow. 14.1. So can we get our tan? Like they will tell you find the angle of impact at that level. That's that 1 second. The impact size, the angle of impact. It's just to say tan theta equals to Vy 10 over 10. This one, if your calculator is on that thing, don't believe me again. Don't believe me again. 45 degree, press it. Now to validate me, you are slow. So let's go there with this. If you finish and you leave your answer like this 45 for something like this, they will not mark it though. Do you know why they will not mark it? We're talking about direction. Quadrant is important. This thing means when you do like this, it's 0 like 45. Do you understand? Complete the quadrant. That is 90 plus 90 plus 90 plus this remaining part here, which is also 45. Or you say 360 minus 45. 360 minus 45 is equal to what? No, it's 350. It's 350. It's 350. I wrote it for you. So that's it. This time we did it. What are the rules? Just remember, take advantage of time, circumcise your equations. There's no other way how to say it. Make your equations, if it's vertical, then use vertical only. If it's horizontal parameter, then use horizontal only. You understand? They just know what governs that particular type of projectile. Is that clear? Yes. Let's move to the next one. Angular projectile. Which part? We do it now. We do everything. We no buy water for the night. Okay, let's go. Like it's drinking water I'm talking about. Serious. Very good.
118, 118.
Hold on. You know that they move. Omo, I don't get patience. If motivation. I know the film. I don't know. But tell what you mean. No. You are saying that I'm doing as I before. Let's go. So now we're entering angular projectile. Let me tell you something. Inside angular projectile, the same thing is happening. The only difference is that at the beginning we had vertical component, horizontal component. That horizontal component remains the horizontal component from beginning of the motion to the end. It will not change. Horizontal components no dey change, and the gifts God give us with that. That's what to be. If it used to change, it's just be much. No can drink. It's okay. That's what. I'm just saying, as well. Okay. All right. Okay. See. Now, that vertical projectile, the object used to move from an angle and land in another angle. For example, see what I'm saying. And again, the projectile is symmetrical. Is what? It's symmetrical. So I don't think you need that because don't worry, you don't need that because there's some kind of projectile and angular where we will not neglect air resistance and it will be giving us unsymmetrical results. So imagine we have the ball here, we now throw this ball at an angle like this. So, my sister, is she around? No, I just need this to move. Let me go sleep. Oh yeah, watch. It's not showing. It's not showing. How to shine? Come with the camera. The thing is not showing. Okay. See, this thing is easy. Just like that was what projectile we did. Was it difficult? That was what projectile we did. Was it too difficult? It's something that you know that you spend more time, right? It went enter. That's the most difficult one I started with. That one like that's the most difficult. The remaining the day is na breeze. Na just breeze. Seriously. By now you should have known that I'm not will learn. See. Three things are general from here first. Three general things exist here. Those three general things are the ones that are commonly everywhere that people know. What are they? Horizontal projector. They'll tell you, calculate the time of light, calculate the range, calculate the what? Maximum height. All those ones. That's the number. Aside from those ones, believe me, the remaining are beans. You know how beans dey? Na beans. How come chief? Really fine. Let's say it's there on the value. So from here now, the object will be projected at an angle. Let's call that angle theta. Angle theta. Angle theta. My brother, the first thing you do, see, the problem of Nigerian students in this angular projectile is They taught them three formula. It's like after they told them that three formula, the person that told them, aside from these three formulas, there's no formula again what you need. So because of that, their mind just closed on that topic. Once they've done time of flight, because sometimes they bring out they put 6 things on that, or 5. Time of flight, range, maximum height. You see after these 3, so after these 3, this girl that is laughing cannot do anyone again. Very good laugh. The way she knows, like I know that laugh. You'll be hearing things like, with what velocity did this strike the ground? They are not going to do it. With what angle of impact does it land on the ground? They will not touch it. If the object was caught at so second, what velocity was it possessing as at the catching? All those ones is for the examiner. Their own is 3. Their own is 3. Now, I will not assume you know those 3. Let me see mention those 3 first. Those 3, because they are very important. Time of flight equals to what? Good. But now, let me even tell you something. The fact you said the formula, that's how I want to tell you this thing. That means you know the formula. Do you know what brought about the formula? I call it formula circumcision. You see, always learn how to, anything that's to do with two-dimensional something, always learn how to break that thing up into its components. I get it now. Always break it up into its components. Have the one that's for x-axis. Have the one that. You understand what I'm saying? Try to see. For instance, see something now. For instance now, we have y, we have vy, we have uy, we have g, we have t, we have h. All these people, they are family members. Just what I'm saying, they are what? Family members. Do you know what that means? Families? All of them are describing one particular type of motion. What's that? Vertical motion, vertical component of motion. Are you following what I'm saying now? Then we have another one again that we call what? We have what? Uy, how many uy did I say? Oh, sorry. Yes, that's correct now. Vy, uy. This one, vy, vx, ux. Instead of G, we will call it something. A, C is now for everybody. Then what's the last one? S. Family of the. So I will never have a reason to, in one formula, maybe I'm using formula this one member of this one will not be there. That's nonsense. I'm using one of them will not be there. It's nonsense. Once you can dissect the formula of two-dimensional something like this, you've hacked projectile. Hey, people wondering how you are doing it. They will just think that this boy is using. And when they even see your workings, the fact is, you go long. Workings don't go long. You just make them know that time is sharp. Now watch. Make I clean this nonsense. You don't sabi that one. I want to show you why it's like that. You know the equation of motion, right? I told you earlier on that inside the equation of motion, that for horizontal components, it's only one equation that we have that is useful. Because that other two, velocity does not change. If you carry the velocity down that side, it will turn to 0 when you minus a bit. I told you that time. So let's start with maybe h. How to start with maximum height? I'm starting with it. Or I can start with anyone. Let me start with time of flight. Anyone goes. V equals to U plus minus GT. You see, I'm carefully writing something. V equals to what? U minus GT. Are you following me? Now that I have done that one, the next thing that I'm going to do is this. Watch me carefully. I'm going to express these people in only one family household ship. If that English exists, let's use it. Now, Shebi is the time of flight I want to get. I can use any of them. That's the truth. I can use any of them. But before we proceed, let us resolve this vector to the vertical and to the rear. We know that this vector will continue to be like that naturally, but vertical can be changing. But what will this place be? U what? U sine theta. You know why is sine theta? This one now be what? U what? Do you understand what I'm doing? U cos weighting theta. Are you following me? U cos theta. So right there. Right there. Watch them. So express everything. Express everything there now. V what is this? Vy equals to what? Uy minus what? GC. You see how I mean? You see how the matter dey go? Now watch. I want to consider, see, I want to use parameters from here to here. From where to here? From here to here. And I know that at maximum height, hear what I'm going to speak over, and hear it well. At maximum height, velocity is not zero. Do you hear what I said? At maximum height, velocity is not what? Zero. What is zero? Vertical component of velocity is 1 and is what? 0. So, in this place here, when the motion is coming, when you get to this highest point, we will still have horizontal component of velocity because that's what will move it as if you swing it to the other side. But do we have vertical component of velocity? No. That at this point, vertical component of velocity, which I can call uy, is still equal to what? 0. Then you understand? So obviously, if I'm studying motion from the beginning to my maximum height, what will be my Vy? Given that Vy is my maximum height position, what will be my Vy? No? It will be equal to 0. Why can't I write 0 here? Now, let me write 0 for here. I was not wrote 0 here before. Sorry, please, pardon. It's not 0. Okay, this is not for this equation. Okay, see where we are here. I was wondering me write 0 for it. No. So this is where we are doing it now. What's our Vy to maximum height? Velocity at maximum height for vertical component is 0, right? So 0 is equal to, what's the horizontal component? Thank you very much. U sine theta minus what? GT. Can you minus G to this side? Add what? GT equals to what? U sine theta. So divide both sides by G, divide both sides by G. T is equal to U sine theta over G. Thank God I told you earlier that projectile, especially projectile of everything you call projectile of angular projectile and vertical one, they are symmetrical. They are waiting. So that is what happens in the half side physically. Are you getting what I'm saying? So what am I trying to say there? If from here to here, the time to get to this place from here, if the time to get to maximum height is this, what will be the total time of flight altogether? Times 2, Abi. Thank you very much. So that's this moment now. Okay. This one now is this. So we are now having, is it now? Now. So having T will be equal to 2 times T to get to maximum height, which means T is equal to 2U sine theta over G. Am I okay like that? Like you are doing audience rotation now. I'm fine now. They go. Yes, sir. promise. Oh. Okay. May the Lord grant you grace to follow up. Say amen. With deep. Let's go on. This is the formula for maximum height. Time of flight. Oh yeah. See something. We now have what now? V. We have done this one. We want to now get time to get to maximum height. Time to get to maximum height. That one now, the having H is equals to UYT plus, but I'll use minus this time, so it's going minus half GT squared. U half T minus half GT squared. Are we there now? So H will now be equals to, what's our UI? UI, initial component is U sine theta. Initial component of velocity, U sine theta. It is the maximum height that is 0. So U sine theta what? T plus 1 all over 2. That's all over 2 as well. Okay, minus. Minus what? You know what? This place is a more complex place to get it from. I'm not ready to start doing trigonometry, what do you call it? Quadratic equation, be making things x and y. Please. Where's my daughter? Let's take a U-turn. You can get it from there. You can get it from there, no jokes. But you do some level of quadratic with imagination. Please, have mercy. V squared equals to Vy squared equals to Uy squared minus what? 2GH. Easy peasy. No case. Now, Vy is what? 0. You see I'm clear. You see I'm good. 0 plus Uy. Now wait. U sine theta. So we have U sine theta. All of them raised power of 2 minus 2GH. What I'm making this with the formula? H. And carry on here. 2GH equals to what? U square sine square theta. U square sine square theta. So what do you now? Divide goes by 2G cancel. H is equal to what now? U square sine square theta over 2G. Now the equation with that. That's the equation. Final step. What are we getting? What are we getting now? No. Range, that's that distance. R range. That's what we do now. That one now is what? That one now is V X, because range is an range is a what? Horizontal component. V square X equals to what? UX square plus what? 2 what? 2 GS. Remember I told you that I can never use this. Why? I said it's not quite. I'm saying yes. This is because the component of the component of horizontal velocity does not change all through the motion. So that by the time I carry this one and this, it will become what? So what's the best that we can use? S equals to what? Ut plus half at squared. You agree with that? Here will be 0. Because only acceleration due to gravity that we have. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's only a horizontal component of velocity that we have. Yes. So we now have what? S equals to U T. So S is equals to what's the value? Nope. Because this is UX. U cos theta. Right? Multiply by everything T. Then we will now ask ourselves, what is T? Because we are looking for the full range. So what's time for flight? 2U sine theta over G. So S is equals to 2U sine theta cos theta over G. I need you to know that when you have sine theta cos theta, sine A is a trigonometric identity. Sine A plus A, when you put it, it will become sine. Let me just put it like this. Let me put it the way you grab. Just know that this thing here. Sorry. I said no. Hey. I said no. Oh, good. This sine cos and sine and this other one. There is only sine A to sine A plus A. If you want to open it, only sine A plus A. If you want to open it, it's a long trigonometric identity. You have sine A plus sine A plus B, all those kind of things. But eventually, what I'm telling you that the whole of this one here is usually going to end up in 2U. This one here is sine squared theta over G. So this S, we'll call it range. So that's how we write it. Do you get it? So it's the trigonometric identity. So we have gotten this one, we have gotten this one, and we have gotten this one. Yes. So what do we do? What do we do? So what? Now, there are the other situations I was talking about. Imagine they told you that you should calculate the time of flight or the time it takes the object to get to somewhere here or somewhere here. The time it takes it or at what velocity will the object be when the time is equals to 1. We have to check all those things. Timekeeper, please also go for. Yeah. Okay. So, like that. So these are the 3 equations of motion. Please write it down. If you don't want to solve, I'll show you how we use the other ones. Are you ready? Let's solve one question fast so our time can go. Anything I don't look at church will not be today. Wait small. So let's do 5 and 5. So good. Imagine they told us an object is projected at an angle of 60 degree to the vertical comma. I guess now they now told us calculate the velocity of the object after 2 seconds. That's all. You know the person, they're not even asking about time of flight, maximum height, maximum range, all those things. Straight up. Probably you have done the exam. Good. That means already, from what you said, you don't even have to have a problem in project time. Because once you already know that thing you just said, that's it. Do you understand what I said? Resolve, locate, that's it. Resolve, identify. Do you get it? Let me show you what I mean. This one, they told us that the body is projected at an angle with 60 degree. 60 degree. How to get that now? You did now. $60 degrees. What are we going to have? It means here will be what? Projected with project 60 to the vertical with a velocity of 10 meters per second. So what is the velocity? 10 meters per second. What will this place now become? They said it was projected at 60 to the way. So that means here will be what? 30. Which one? This 10 and 30 now. Then this one. What is this one now? So what are we going to do now? They will tell ourselves, should they say 2 seconds into the flight? So we'll just tell ourselves, use the vertical component to come inside. We'll be having 2 seconds after the flight. So I won't find the final velocity there. So I'll say v y squared plus equals to v s squared minus u s squared. Sorry, Vy square minus, because I'm moving against gravity initially, minus gt abi, so 10t. T na wetin dey talk say t na 2. So 1 no. Vy to is equal to vy to minus what? 20. Wetin be vy again sef? Eh? 10 sin 30. 10 what? That's how many now? Eh? Everything is there. Everything plus this. Did you ever remove minus and everything? Okay, it's only here like 2.5. Bro, let's change the expression. Let's manage, he said 0.5 seconds. After 0.5 seconds. Or 0.5. And I'm putting what here? 0.5. How many is there now? 1 to 5. Yeah. What's the one? 10 sin 30. Oh, okay, no going. No. Is that not 8.6? Then what is it? 10 cents. Oh, 2.5. Well, 2.5. Let's go out to minus 5. There's no only cup. Vy square equals to. What's this one? I'm trying to do wrong.
10 times 30 is 5. You square it, that's 25.
Okay, 25. You're telling me 2.5 right?
Not 25 square, it's 25 minus 5. That's 20.
Vy is not equals to what?
Square root
Eh?
of 20. Square root of 20.
Which is
4.2.
okay, 4.6.
70.
I don't tell something. The fact that my answer is not negative means that within that time range of 0.5, the guy never even crossed this moment. Because if he has crossed, they are not negative for why. Why would not show say my negative? You know, the face time. But bro, still they go. Maybe you tell me somewhere around there. 4.472. God, I can't wait for tomorrow to sleep. What's this? Jimmy, you does not change. So press it for me. That one's 5. And the 0 points. That's 8 points. 8.6. 8.660. So who's going to be on our list? For our resultants. See now, guy now, you know what these things. You need to do things now. You know as they go. You know this is going. 6 position here. Okay, I need for that. Where's that one? Is everything together? Everything together?
Yes.
21 plus the second. Yes. How many minutes are you there?
Oh, that's
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Just say this to me. Okay. Be there. Okay. No problem. You just come. Okay. Jig. Shut up. Okay. Okay, good everyone. We can just start. Alright, let's be stop. We stopped at examples. I've explained it already. I'll just do one on that. When I do one on that, we'll just kick into, because this revision, we've actually finished them, so I'm going to be kicking straight up into I'll go into something which is maybe I've done this one. Yeah, I'll go into something that is maybe I would touch electrostatics and AC circuits from 6 science. As I'm done this one. Okay. There's another one that fundamentals with physics. So smile. Alpha. Watch out. Exactly. The other moment physics. So yeah, we ran the example. I told you we want to run example. I just remember we ran the example. I did the example. Okay, let's go. Now, for a motion, a projectile that happens in the vertical direction, vertical projectile, imagine you have, it can happen to it can happen from a cliff. And like now, not cliff as part, because I want to horizontally. It can happen from the top of the building and the edge. That's the cliff where it can skip the top of the building and fall down beyond. You understand what I'm saying? So look at this. The rule of vertical projectile that is unique to vertical projectile is the way you measure. Every projectile, the takeoff plane is usually considered as our x. We run position vectors in this aspect rather than your normal height, duration, all those things. No, we run it as position vectors. So look at this. If I threw an object from this height, that was not the floor. Where's that guy? This thing is not comfortable here. Not comfortable here. Okay. Has a mass of 0.6 gram. Correct. So, as that 0.6 gram, what's going to be the mass of something like 0.6 gram? And this is 0.6 gram. You will multiply it. You will convert it to kilogram. That's divided by 100. Then multiply by 10. So that's saying divided by 100. So that's, this one is 0.006 kilograms. That's it. It is immersed in cool air. So it is immersed in air. And it's supposed to be horizontal, this one. The ball is in equilibrium in the position. Guys, this is where you should start thinking. In fact, they say that this ball is in equilibrium. If you see, they are not just showing you one part of the motion. They are trying to tell you that this thing is actually static like this. They are trying to tell you that this thing here is something just they don't handle it, but they let it static this way. That's this kind of diagram, but the situation is at equilibrium like this. So don't let anything deceive you. It's not pendulum, it's not moving. So for it to be like this, it means there is a force somewhere around there. And now, do you know what they did in this situation to confuse students? They now put arrow at the end to make it, because this is the most irrational thing that you will ever think. For you to see arrows, and arrows will be giving you the mindset of they are pushing. So they will not be taking the arrows as the vector that's supposed to push this guy. Meanwhile, this is a field. And that is only positive charges that field come out from. So it means that there must be a positive charge somewhere here, maybe a positively charged plate. And they are the one that is producing all this field. So if there is positive charge plate here, then I can now understand that this ball is truly a negatively charged ball. See, a tiny sphere of this ideal thread in this has a mass of this. This is amazing and it's supposed in electric field. The ball is in equilibrium position. What are the magnitude? See, what are the magnitude and sign of the charge on the ball? So that the ball too get charged. So automatically, for the fact that this field is like this, it can only be positively charged body here because they don't approve this field. And it validates that this ball here must be what? Negative charge. Because negative charge receives field. And then there will be a force that attracts it. You get the gist of it? My question now is not this. It means this guy is the one that pulled this guy to this extent like this by a force that's acting this way. Abi, good, but in life, for every action there must be equal and opposite reaction. For them to say it was at equilibrium like this, it means that there was another force that was actually supposed to bring him back, that was acting backwards. You get what I'm trying to say? So what should that one be now? That one is clearly detention. It's clearly detention. Because of force. That one is detention. Imagine this rope here. I know that this rope here is the tension. Tension is acting there, right? So if I want to resolve the vector on this rope, I'll resolve it to the up. Okay. I'll resolve it vertically. I'll also resolve it like this. And just bring it to the middle. So, sorry.
These are very tension flows.
Nice. You mean these two collinear forces, right? That's what I'm saying now. You know, I told you before that for each of them must be a force again here acting with balance that. Now we've cast the force. But just that you must complete your free diagram. You can't just leave like this. You must. This ball too is way to act directly downward mg. I understand that it's the T. Where is the angle? This angle. If there is 20, it means that it is here that will be T what? If there is 20, that means this will be T cos 20. I've told you that thing before, that you should not be following the trick of vertical must be sine. It will mislead you. You use the angle, where the angle and the resultant is. This is the resultant. This is what broke to component. So since the angle was here, that it was here, but this way we could use mathematics. Since the angle is lying between the what you call it, resultant and this particular one, it means this particular one will collect the what? The cos. The other one will now be going to collect the what? Y. So resolution vector has nothing to do with y and z axis. So it means that t sine 20 is the one that is equal to force, and it gives us the force produced by this person. What they ask us for? What are the magnitude and sign of the charge? That's finished. If we get the magnitude of this charge, right? What is the equation? What are the magnitude and the sign? Once we get the force acting, then don't finish. You get what I'm trying to say? Watch. So, what's the tension? We don't know yet. But we can use this side to know the tension. We're going to know that mg equals to t cos 20. Mg is width than this one. Mg. I don't do already. Okay, so now kg and combatant too. Now new thing and combatant too. Can I remember I divided by only 100. Kg divided by 1000. And I divided. Come on, I'm doing rubbish. 0.6 gram divided by 1000. Man, the same. 1, 2, 3. Now this is kg like this. Times 10. Times 10 to convert. Times 10, let me say. Wait, make I write that one out. One level big class with you, they try to do. And it's 10. So it's not be 0.006. Okay, I'm correct. Newton. And I know that I can think of. Okay. Oh, I just did. So, here now, T cos 20. Easily.
0.9
Cos 20 is what?
0.9396.
Sorry, I'm slow. Sorry.
T equals to 6.38 times 10
I can't remember what?
minus 3.
We know, have you heard of delirium before? Have you heard of delirium? Delirium. That's what it is. So don't be angry, I'm slow. Bro, I can find like that. I don't even, like, in my head, this is not where I pass the face. I've lost spatial arrangement of position. This place.
6.38.
I don't know. What was it?
2.18 service for minus 2.18 service for minus 3.
Yes. That's it.
Once you get the charge, is it that if you have to interpret the question, that's yes, the mass. If the chemical body is negative.
Yeah. But I believe you understand what I did. I don't do it to you. I do not do it to you. Okay, so now that I've done now, what are we doing next? What time? What time? Alright, let's start this with Galen. What do you mean by absolute? Absolute. I want to believe that I talk about the beginning of a C-section. And the notion, how is C-section begin? Does it have to begin? Please teach me if I teach you. Does it have to begin? Lecture me, let me know the beginning you're talking about. Because if it's what I'm thinking, the actual beginning of a C-circuit is the unit of measurements. Yes, true. So the topics started, it has a beginning, of which every other thing in the past is a prerequisite. So there's no actual beginning. But you understand magnets. You understand magnetic force. Then you understand, at least you have an idea of electromagnetism. That's all. Once you have those two, it's finished. These are the two prerequisites in that course. The course is not long. It's the shortest. All those RLC sections. It's the shortest. It's the shortest. Just like it is the one that you have to be more careful about. It's short. There's no place they will teach you this topic that it will take more than 10 to 12 pages. Can be up to. Yeah, I guess. After, thank you, man. I will go rest around 5. By 5. So I will calculate my time. You know, they see my time. You know, they complete for my head again. Okay. Now, should I tell you what you do for me? When I'm taking you this course, just do yourself one favor. Be sincere at every point in time, regardless of what the information is. Because the JUPEP aspect of it is not that jammed this thing. And look at the way you are sounding, and reading your psychology is like you even have problem with it in jam. This topic, did you do it in jam? Did you do it in... Did you do this very well? No, that's not what I did. You will lose them in their face. Just pay attention. See. AC circuit. You see, the only thing that differentiates AC circuits from what everybody is doing is one thing. Should I tell you? The behavior of the lights. The behavior of the lights. I can confidently tell you that we're running on gen right now. This is not gen right now. Gen right now. It's gen. Do you know why? Once you connect to a gen wire and plug it, it does not need to shake. Have you ever seen gen? Or in the green lights, you'll notice that normal NEPA lights, if you place your focus well, it is to, like, you will notice minimum vibration. Hello? Oh, testing microphone 1, 2. Yeah. So, now, AC circuits is simply the branch of physics that was the end of DC circuit. All those things they are doing are putting resistance or resistor, impedance. If you check after everything, aside from that aspect of impedance, after everything, you see that the next thing you see in the diagram is this thing. You know the meaning of that? So it was battery that supplied all those things. So you can't have heavy duty gadgets in a normal DC circuit. You understand? Because whatever is powering them is only producing current that can power. You understand what I'm saying? But in AC circuit, you can have a one element system, a two element system, or a three element system. I get it now. Heavy duty system I'm talking about right now. Watch it. Start like this. Right, an AC circuit. You know what I tell? Let me ask for you. An AC circuit is one that is periodic, and produces a sinusoidal wave form when plot on a graph. It produces sinusoidal waveforms when plot on a graph. See something. It means that for at least the first thing that's you can is like the first thing you want to tell them is that light is unstable in the sense that it is continuously oscillating, it's continuously in periodic motion. How? It goes up, come down, goes up, come down. But the reason why you don't notice it is because of how frequent it does it. In Nigeria, our AC circuit has a frequency of 50 Hz, meaning that it makes 100 periodic events in 1 second. Very difficult for you to notice, right? That means the light goes up and on, like it goes over on 100 times in 1 second, which is something your brain can't process. Do you understand what I'm saying? In US, they use 60, meaning that their own light even goes up 120 times in 1 second span. That is. Now, see something. Have you known that? You now need to understand that we have things that control the AC circuits. I guess what I'm saying now. We have properties that control these circuits, and you must know that those properties perfectly well, and we use them to run. So, right, properties of an AC circuit. Number one. Properties of an AC circuit. Number one. They comprise of reactants, comma, the combined reactants, comma, inductance, those are how you see what you're saying. Like I told you, inductance is a reactance. So what I'm trying to say, the component of reactance, admittance. This is where the Japan part comes in. You will listen, we have reactance, admittance, susceptance. How do you get that here? Reactance, admittance, susceptance. Did you get it now? And then you have your impedance. Now, what is impedance? Let me get the word impedance. What does it mean? No, stand like impede. It's come from the word impede. What does it mean? Impedance simply means exactly to put an event to stop, to put something on that chain. I mean, that's impedance. So the family, people that follow the family of impedance are the resistors. And then the impede things. After capacitor enter inside game. Capacitor, you know capacitor now, enter game, you don't charge. Right? All these impedance will do wrong, be like, after we will use those charges for here. You understand? That is the function of all this was. Inductor will come. That one will come with your way. You know how inductors used to be. They want to create flux change so that they can induce current. Those ones too. The inductive capacitance, which are also members of the impedance officials, they're on board to check me now. So all of them have people checking there. Do you get this? No. Also, listen.
They propagate between the X words.
They propagate between the X and Y as it's for voltage and current. Then making up peak values.
So voltage and making up peak values.
Do you understand? Do you understand? No. There's something we call RMS. RMS.
Which means square.
So what do you mean?
That's the meaning of the INS.
Like that Mike Odin is making you feel like a pastor. Well, whether you know root means square velocity. The root means square velocity, or root means square voltage, or root means square anything, right? Is giving information about average. Now, why can't we just use normal average? We use root means square average whenever the constituent of what we're taking the average of is something that is almost infinitesimal. You can't count it. I guess now, so we will now do a root mean square count. I take it now. So what does root mean square do? For example, the one for that root mean square velocity, it makes us look at the full gas as a full entity and study an average general motion of the gas. Just now. So the same thing happens in this video about root mean square volts, root mean square current. You understand?
RMS and we have IRMS.
I think
We have VRMS.
yes, now each of them has a limit. What that tell you means? They are generally checking for what? RMS. Describing the average motion of the object. Speed. I don't like it. How about that? Are you going to do it?
Alright.
So, the question also has to do with that. Alternative currents, do they change the environment? Yes. And I thought we said we fluctuates. Periodically it fluctuates. It change magnitude every single time. Do you get it? You get that in OBG. Do you get it?
Yes.
Good. So this guy said that's me already. Really done. Yeah. I think it's baby. It's not. It's not be the voltage. Right.
Voltage.
The voltage of this guy now can be represented in this way. No, the whole alternate. Voltage can be represented V naught sine and blah blah blah.
Yes.
Current too can be represented as. What is it? What is it?
I see omega omega 2 by F.
Yes.
By F too.
Right? What's your knowledge? So, this is where we'll start from. But before we go to that point, anytime I want to use RMS with you, maybe RMS that links us to peak voltage and all those ones, you know that one already. What is the implication? Relation between RMS and peak volts. Yeah.
V naught from V that is V naught omega 2. For I naught is I naught
I know the round.
I think that was 90% is looking at and so I feel like they use side as this confidently. So yeah, I think it says what was there was not. Yes, I was like, no, this was
Cause what? I press cause what? Yes. That's the 132. It's not the same thing.
yes.
That's what I try to say now. The sign leads course by 90 degrees. So if exactly, so if they tell me side 20, and I don't know what side 20 is, and I have passage to side 110, I can use the 110. If they tell me cost 20, I can use side 110. Do you understand? So that's what's happening here. What do you really say? Because that's, so I'll just leave it like that. That's very it's not too much. Because one too much. So the comparison, as usual, the comparison. We have still 11 degree north is equal to I not. What am I working on? What am I working with? Check. Is we not we not by not. So it's the same as B not over I not equals to 1 over C. So the same as in the same voltage presentation region, V not by I not, V not by I not. So when you have this one now, right, can you resolve this in a second? Because this see that one all over C this and we say is equal to V naught and I naught. That is X C. Do you understand what I'm saying? If I open this together to give you 1 over 2 and C. Do you understand? Yes. For example.
Next. So, what is next is because this has to be like that, so measure. So, the fact that this one needs direct living, the important thing to take up, what is it saying?
Not like in this.
If you don't talk this. And now you use the doctor. That's before. What kind of doctor go with you? But for now. So, when you have the eye, activated the eye, use the eye, because to have available antibiotics. Right now, I'm just using the antibiotics because. So, right, Venus will help and also integrate sign velocity. It's using to which one?
Side. This is everything.
What's that? What's that? Oh. So, so, which blues? Which blues are you?
Side of you.
to change them. Yes, that's what they call sleep syndrome. From here, what do you have? What do you have on there? Carry this minus out. Do not. I'm not going to see it. So the next thing I have to do is use for example this you eventually need to convert it back. You eventually need to convert this thing back. You understand what I'm saying? Because of comparison. You don't want to compare, the way you compare it. The way you compare that, the sign of it. You understand? So what do? That should be mentioned on. That should be mentioned now. Yeah. To be minus B naught over B open bracket. I'm not saying it. Fine. Minus. Minus 7. Minus 150. So good. Yeah. So this one here is equals to inductive inductive reactance. So we have the inductive reactance to be equal to B naught over I naught. To be equal to V naught over I naught. So when you open that, you have equals to angular velocity L. This is equals to 2 pi F L. Good. So these two are measured in ohms. So while we're having X and X for inductance and capacitance, we're also having Y and Y inductance and capacitance. Here Y are susceptance, inverse of susceptance are part of the reactance. Yes. So impedance is the vector resultant of all forms of impedance. This vector resultant of all forms of resistance or reactance precisely. So we have this and the normal resistance. So then R squared plus XL plus XC all squared. Yes. So yes, so that is it. Then you want to now calculate the power factor. The power factor is usually equal to tan phi, which is going to be equal to XL minus XC squared divided by R. So if this holds true for where XL is greater than XC, is considered to be a lag. That's it. Then you have Z 1 over impedance is equal to and which is E. Get the resonance. What is this? Everything is all of it. For the one who does it, all of them have people in the same circuit. You just have to know what you're doing. But when you want to answer any question, draw the circuit first. Show the number of elements. Express it. Set out all the and make it reactance, the parameters, set using derivation, those guys derivative. Good. Let's have questions. No. Question. Okay, so questions. Have you? Yes.
This is it. Yeah. Are you ready?
All right. Okay. A 0.08 inductor is connected to 50 watts. A 0.08 inductor is connected to a 50 hertz supply. Find its inductive reactance. What is the sound? Okay. A resistor of 30 ohms. A resistor of 30 ohms. A resistor of 30 ohms is connected, it seems, with an inductor having reactance 40. A resistor of 30 ohms is connected in series with an inductor having reactance 40 ohms. Having reactance 40 ohms. Having reactance 40 ohms.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, find the impedance and current connected to 200 volts. Connected to 200 volts. So, other reason, if the impedance is written sharp, how do you think down? How do you think reasoning? How did you get to that lost this 6.1? You got to impedance finish. So what did you use? Okay, use resistance. I said it. Impedance is the vector sum, is the zonal vector of all your reactants, including resistance. You're supposed to use your reactive, your impedance as your overall resistance. 50, 50, 0, 0. It's going for amperes. 4 amperes. Yes. An RLC circuit has has 40 ohms. X has RLC equals to 40 ohms. X equals to 90 ohms. X equals to 50 ohms. Supply voltage equals to 240 volts. Then there's a find the impedance, current, and phase angle.
X is 90. X is 90.
Yes.
X is 50.
Yes.
The apple. The apple.
Oh, bro, what are you supposed to say? Popcorn. Is that what I do? Bro. F5. Okay. Okay. Please. All right.
You people are coming doing oral group. Oral group. First time, that's your question. I start feeling it. Your body come down. They are popular. They are doing bad. Well, I beg, don't go shame me. I could join them when I go for school. Wisdom. Take your last question. Let me give you. Okay, don't worry, bye now. 8C. 8 homes for R. Then L120. You know L, have you? It's very good. Except resistance. 8 ohm. Inductance. 120 millihenry. Then capacitance. 18 microfarad. Determine resonant frequency, quality factor, bandwidth, half power frequency, energy. Why are you looking at me as well? Energy stored in L, then energy stored in C. You can add copper loss. No. So your question, I would just like to just put it one fast. Okay, she is not in public. Okay. Student of the code for class, that was this type go to. Your question. A circuit contains a circuit contains 75 ohms resistor. This contains 75 ohms resistor. Half an hour. Okay. Look at the book. 0.3 Henry inductor. 12 microfarad capacitor. Determine frequency where current is maximum. B. Frequency where phase angle is 30 degrees. C. Frequency where impedance doubles. Frequency where current is maximum. Frequency where phase angle is 30 degrees. Frequency where impedance doubles. Which is not that right one. Or walking anyhow. No, I know people. I know people that this. The table go, my table go not the shaking. I know tell them. This was opinion of calculator. Cesara, Cesara, you just follow wrong group come. Please, you would avoid peaceful questions. So, you follow them come late and be strolling to class. Yeah? Okay, I've got answer. Wait. Focusing on what? Which person? Okay. Yeah, you have gotten your first one. The second one I called. Yes, second one. This girl from where? How will you person? She's too savvy. The right to the right to do. No, she. Okay, yes, yes. Yes. That's right. Hmm? And then I clicked. I don't understand why. So, what's in you? You just have to do it. You just have to do it. You know you're not going to do it. What do you do number one? So, you know you're not going to do it. What do you do number one? That feed 3 hours. You know that, okay. Oh. But you have got to number one now. I can't turn back. You have to finish. That's the 7 vote. Into that job. For which one?
Yes. I'm trying to. I try. Let me see what she's doing.
So they are not from the past that we knowledge, right? So
Mm-hmm.
because it's so difficult to make
The passport.
yes.
The passport. So what long? But no one's solving.
I am not so question, right?
Okay.
Should we follow the parameters?
Yeah.
They gave us resistance as 75 ohms,
Mm-hmm.
inductance at 0.3 Henry.
I'm not reading question.
Yes, we are in question. Just the parameters.
The circuit contains 75 resistors.
A circuit contains 75 ohm resistor, 0.3 Henry inductor, and 10 microfarad capacitor.
Come again.
The circuit contains 75 ohm resistor, 0.3 Henry inductor, and 12 microfarad capacitor.
Next one.
Determine the frequency.
Next one. Next parameter.
0.3 Henry inductor.
0.3.
Henry inductor. And 12 microfarad capacitor. Determine the frequency where current is maximum, when current is maximum.
Determine what?
The frequency when current is maximum.
Uh-huh.
And determine the frequency where the phase angle is 30 degrees.
Okay. So I'm looking for frequency.
Frequency where phase angle is 30 degrees.
Where phase
Angle is 30 degrees.
angle is 30.
And determine the frequency when the impedance is doubled.
So, all these kind of questions, when they ask you these questions, first thing is, do you know what each of those things they mentioned represents? The reason why you could get the resonance, the first one, is because I think today at the event, so today you exposed yourself to what's that of resonance. If you had known what the phase angle was, I was not sure you didn't even do that one, because I still told you what phase angle was. A phase angle is the time phi that we said was equals to what? Your XL, XC, or what? There's no square on it. So like this, you have something like this. So we ask ourselves a question. What can you do to this to arrive at a phase angle of 30? That means we want here to be 30. To construct a triangle first. A triangle that runs in time. Right? If this is my angle here, that means I want this place here to be what? Opposite. And it's XL and it's XC. Abi? And I want this one here to be what? R. I want this one to be R. And this place here to be 30. But there's fuel. There's no fuel. Which one are you seeing now? Is it for wisdom? What is it? I didn't hear you. They've muted it from that side. They've muted it and hello. They muted it. What's wrong with you? value we are going to work on. So your answer. So you can play on your intelligence. You can play on your resistance. I'm going to still put 75 here and cross multiply and I'll have equation 1. XL minus XC is equals to R is 75. So let me have
We have 43.2975.
3.2975. Okay. Let me reduce two values. Let me reduce the values. Punch it your calculator. 2 pi f. Yes, no. Well, no. The question is frequency where current, okay, where phase angle is 30 bar.
This one is the frequency from where current.
Exactly. So get the value of what is true.
For the XL, we have 157.87. 57.87.
For this.
Now 158.27.
One what?
58.27.
Are you sure about this?
Mm.
Capacitance is hardly higher than frequency. Oh yeah. I've never been in the previous again. So we will represent, we are going to represent this XL now is equals to 151.87. Let me get what this value is. I'm calling it F of L. So, let me get what that value is first. Let me see.
83.74.
That's what this one gave you like this, Abby. Abby?
Yes.
So XL is equals to yes, plus XC. So when you calculated this FL, this wave frequency is this 83. That wave frequency is 83. So okay. So what's this value? That is it.